with all the atmosphere in Barcelona as well, because people were very engaged with the calls for the flotilla. You are talking about hundreds and thousands of people in Barcelona streets, participating and protesting every day, every single day, fundraising for the flotilla and for Gaza, and a lot of events that I couldn't even catch up with during the preparation. Then the launch itself was kind of very emotional and very touching for everyone who watched it, because thousands of people were all over the port in Barcelona. You couldn't even see any kind of like similar scenes in any other, let's say, Arab countries. The idea itself, and it's the whole experience from the very beginning, from the preparation until arriving to Tunis, it was just kind of a very exceptional experience. And the people who are part of this flotilla, you will speak to them, and you will ask them a lot of questions, and you will find him like just turning and look at you, and they will say, well, people lost their faith on the system, and we are the people, we are the authority, we are taking back our authority, and if our politicians can act and can't stop genocide in Gaza, we will act and we will stop it. So this kind of uh, determine, and this kind of spirit that you witness from every single participant you are talking with makes you like in a way that you are kind of a very turning point, I guess, for especially people in West, and the level of the awareness of Middle East conflicts. Because if we speak with someone a couple of years ago about any topics in Middle East, they will just like respond to you and will say, okay, it's a kind of a political conflict, and that's it. And exactly was the same with Palestine and everything else. Now people are more aware of what's happening, more engaged, and bear in mind the technology, and in the open source century and digital media, and the sacrifice by all our colleagues in Gaza, and their reports that has been circulating 24/7 since the first day of the war, to just reflect what exactly happening on the ground. This like had a very significant influence on a lot of people, especially younger generation that I've spoken with.
Damn, don't hesitate. I just need to say stuff into my phone. Just mute it for about 30 seconds.
Hey guys, I'm just jumping on to say that I am, among many others, I hope, live streaming the crime as it takes place, where the Israeli Defense Force are attacking and illegally boarding the flotilla of Global Samud peaceful activists bringing aid to Gaza to feed the starving, to bring medicine to the injured and sick and dying. This is a disgrace that the world will never forget. And like I said, I'm just another person live streaming this, so there's multiple sources of evidence of this war crime that's taking place as we speak. We can see on I'm using a live stream from Middle East Eye. As you can see, the Genot 3, the IDF is in view of their ship. Many ships have already been attacked and boarded by the pirates. and Fear Lady is on. They look like they're preparing for to be attacked, and the Owalia is another one that's got a stream still up. Interestingly, I was tracking them on the Flotilla tracker, but that disappeared. Maybe the Israelis jammed it with their radios, jamming equipment. And so I've been watching on marine traffic, and a lot of the boats are not pinging. As you can see, the Australia pinged an hour and a minute ago, so we don't know what happened to that. I think that might have been one of the ships that have already been attacked. So yeah, that's all I have to say for now. Free Palestine. Fuck Israel.
Campaign
Yeah.
spokesperson for One World, One Body. But yes, back to you, Khalid. Go ahead.
Just we have received like the last update from the organizers. So far, it's been confirmed that 12 interception has been taking place. We are talking about Sirius Alma, Adara, Victor, Yalara, Error, and Hoga, Dir Yassin, Garden Blue, Otria, Morgana, and lastly, Hiro.
I
So
mean,
it's
Al
all
Jazeera is
confirmed.
reporting eight. Al Jazeera is reporting eight. Is it
No,
more
it
than
it
eight?
was a couple of hours ago. Yeah,
Yeah, yeah.
they haven't been updated. We just got it from the steering committee right now.
Okay.
So yeah, there are 12 interception, but the milestone that the flotilla did right now that they have reached Gaza by 48 miles. This is the closest point that has been reached by any flotillas planned
It's
for
past the
years.
Hamdallah as well, right?
Yes,
Right. This is
past,
past the
past,
Hamdallah
yeah,
point.
yeah. It's
So Khalid,
past.
just to recap, so you're saying 12, and I think there's a total of 43 boats,
Yes, it's gonna be
and
very
the
long
12 boats are
night. Yeah, yeah.
the 12 boats are the bigger boats. So
The
I
bigger
think
boats.
Masala was saying
It seems. Yeah, it
yes.
seems to be
Masala
from
was
what we
saying
understand. Yeah.
Yeah, Masala was saying earlier on that it was probably about 45 minutes ago that at that time 178 of the 300 people on aboard the total flotilla, plus minus 300 people, had been captured. So I guess it's gone up now because 12 boats. But again, it just coming back to your experience. I mean, it's been for many of these people, they've been at sea. I think you left Barcelona. You left Barcelona almost about a month ago. No, they haven't just been at Barcelona. They stopped in Tunis for about 4 or 5 days, a bit longer, and they've stopped a few places. Just tell our audience just what the journey's been like. Just not for you, we'll get to your journey earlier on, but just for everyone who's been on board since Barcelona. Where have they stopped? Which how many days have they been on board? And maybe also you told me just when you got back from the office, you told me how hectic some of the seas were in terms of these are some of them are very small boats. A lot of these boats are old boats because once the Israelis capture the boats, they either sink them or they impound them or they basically take ownership of the boat. So, a lot of these boats are. This is why we see rickety boats, etc. They're not, because if it's the Israelis steal the property, basically. But Khalid, just speak us through that.
So yeah, the journey was planned from Barcelona towards Italy as a meeting point. Then the other flotilla from the other group from the flotilla from Tunisian and the Arab delegation will join at the sea at some point. The thing is, when things were delayed in Barcelona with the
Khalid, I'm
bureaucratic
just going to cut you
measures,
off right here. We have
no.
Huwaida Arraf, who's an American activist and lawyer, is on the Conscience boat right now, who's on the Global Smooth Flotilla on the Conscience boat. Huwaida, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Good to see you, Huwaida. Good to see you. First off, what is happening? What are you going through? What are you seeing?
Well, as you noted, I am on the Freedom Flotilla Coalition's vessel Conscience. This is the same vessel that was bombed in Malta. It was bombed by Israeli forces back in May of this year. The vessel has been restored and it is now again at sea, this time carrying over 90 civilians from 25 countries. It is focused mainly on healthcare workers and medics, but we just launched from Italy yesterday, so we are still quite a ways from Gaza. So we do not see in front of us right now Israeli occupation forces or the other vessels of the flotilla.
And are you in contact, Huwaida, with the other boats that have been intercepted? Were you in contact before they got intercepted by the Israeli military?
Oh, yes, we have been. And many of our friends, colleagues, and comrades are on various boats of this flotilla. We are in contact. There is another wave that is a couple of days behind the vessels that are being attacked right now. And we should note that not all of them are being attacked. Israeli forces has taken over approximately nine as the latest report, but over 30 are still headed towards Gaza, and behind them is another wave of 10 vessels from Thousand Medlands and the Freedom Flotilla Coalition. And then just behind that is the latest and the largest vessel, the Conscience, which I am on. So we are going to keep going. We are calling on our countries to stop Israel, sanction Israel, and not only for its attack on us, but for what it continues to do to the people of Gaza. And as long as they won't do anything, as long as our governments will not uphold international law and allows Israel to continue with this barbarity, we are going to keep acting. And one of the ways to try to down this break this illegal siege on Gaza is confronting the naval blockade by sea in this way. And our colleagues, people of conscience around the world, also rising up and shutting down cities, because we will not accept that Israel continues to do this. Uh, we cannot stand by and see a genocide and not do anything, as our governments apparently are doing and want us to do. Sorry, let me fix that. It's not that our governments aren't doing anything. Our governments are actually complicit, and they're helping Israel do this. They are very much a part of the siege and of the genocide, and we won't accept it.
Hueda, can you just tell us more about your actual boat, just how big it is? You mentioned you're part of 10 more boats that are now following the Sumud flotilla. Yourself, I mean, I think you mentioned you're part of your boat specifically is dealing with medical care. I think you said, was that correct?
Yes.
But yeah, so
So
just tell us more, how many doctors are on board, just what's the process, and what that's been like.
Absolutely. So this vessel is a very large vessel. It's about 66 meters. We are about approximately 92 civilians on board, many of them, dozens of them. It is concentrated on healthcare workers and medics, because we know these two professions specifically Israel has targeted. In Gaza, Israel has instituted the largest international media blackout in modern history by not letting international journalists into Gaza to witness the crimes that Israel is committing. So the Palestinian people, Palestinian journalists have been carrying this burden of reporting on their own genocide. And not only have they been killed, but they've been deliberately targeted, them and their families. And global media, especially the legacy media, not you, of course, but legacy media outlets have failed their colleagues and failed their professions in not demanding access to Gaza and doing what the the journalists on this boat with us now are doing, and saying we are not respecting an illegal blockade. We are going to pick up the mantle of our colleagues in Gaza, and also the medics who are on with us. The same thing. That is another profession that is not only being killed and starved with the rest of the population, but being deliberately targeted, and the healthcare infrastructure in Gaza deliberately decimated, again, as a part of Israel's plan to destroy the Palestinian people. Israel is not allowing uh, medical delegations to come and assist Palestinian medics in Gaza. Only a few medics are allowed in, and those who are allowed in are not allowed to bring in their equipment. So they are essentially arriving at Gaza's decimated hospitals without equipment with which to work. And we know that Israel has destroyed what there is in Gaza. So it's an abhorrent situation. And the medical community worldwide, for example, I'm in the United States, the American Medical Association, they have not stepped up. They have not said anything. This is another profession, the medical community. Their profession is to save lives. They go to areas of mass casualties to help volunteer their services, and Israel's deliberately preventing them from doing so here. And so the medics that we have on board, along with the journalists, we are about from 25 different countries. We allowed, of course, the medics to bring their supplies and to bring with them uh, medicine and medical supplies that Israel's are not allowing in. We have suitcases of anesthesia and other things, as much as we can carry. And we are approximately 5 to 6 days away from Gaza. I should note that because of the size of this vessel, uh, Israel is we are expecting Israel to use a lot of force. I was on the 2010 flotilla that Israel lethally attacked, and it's
Huwaida?
We seem to have lost Hueda. Hopefully she comes back because she was in the middle of telling us that she was. I guess she
Yeah,
was going to say she was on the Mavi Marmara.
the Marmara in
Um,
2010. Yeah,
but I mean,
I
just
did.
while we wait for her, what she was saying there, 92 people on a 66-meter ship. Khalid, the biggest boat on the current Sumut flotilla is Alma, and you can tell us how you can tell us
Yeah,
it's much smaller than 66 meters
Huwaida,
and much
Huwaida, are you
less than
back?
92 people.
Huwaida, can you hear
sorry,
us?
yes, I
Huwaida,
lost
Hueda,
you
are you
for
back?
them.
yeah,
Okay,
Yes.
Hueda's back.
yeah.
So we'll Humeda, sorry, we lost you for a while. Continue.
I lost where I was last cut off, but
The
you
last
know,
thing you were telling
it,
us, Hueda, was that you were on board the Mavi Marmara in 2010, and then you cut off.
yes, I was part of the 2010 flotilla. I wasn't on the Mavi Marmara, to be specific, when it was
Okay.
attacked. I was actually sailing right next to it on a smaller American US flagged vessel that Israel also attacked US territory in international waters. And just to give an example, if we needed yet another one of the way that the United States enables Israel, the US had a citizen on board that was executed by Israel, a 19-year-old medical student that was executed by Israeli forces on the Mavi Marmara. And not only did Israel prevent us from bringing a lawsuit against Israel in US courts for attacking US territory and attacking US civilians, it prevented the family of the executed US civilian, Efor Dogan, from suing Israel in U.S. courts. So giving Israel immunity in U.S. courts from any kind of accountability, of course, globally, it continues to provide Israel not only with immunity, but all kinds of diplomatic shielding and money and weapons. This is what we call in our countries. These are the kind of policies that we have to change. And we do that in all different ways by directly confronting the illegal policies that we are doing at sea and by rising up and shutting things down and using civilian direct action, civilian power, really, in all kinds of ways to push for non-cooperation, a push to make it so that our governments cannot continue to do this. We have to stop our governments from enabling Israel and being complicit in this genocide. We thought there was some movement last week when we saw the countries of Spain and Italy and Greece make statements and send vessels alongside the flotilla. But it wasn't enough then, and now some of these countries have retracted. We saw the Maloney of Italy call on us, the flotilla, to stand down, to not challenge an unlawful blockade, to not try to stop a genocide. Again, this is the kind of politics, the politics of cowardice and complicity that we are fighting, because it is our governments that need to be defying and breaking Israel's blockade. It is our governments that should be doing that as a part of their obligations under international law. International law says that when states are on notice that a genocide is possibly being committed, they are under obligation to do what they can to stop that genocide. And not only are they not doing that, they're trying to stop us from doing that. It is unreal.
Hoeda, just I mean, you mentioned your boat is 92 people and 66 meters. How big are the other boats? And can you also just tell us, I mean, 2010 you were accompanying the Mavi Marmara. Tell us more about yourself and what I mean, other than the fact that the global reasons, which is Israel is committing a genocide, and what's the personal reasons, and just what's the personal reasons that enabled you to kind of what challenges did you have to overcome in your personal life to make time now to go from America to get to Italy, and and decide to join this flotilla. What's at home for you? I'm assuming I know nothing about you, by the way. I've never met you before. Just this for the audience, but have you got kids back home? Have you got a family? Just what does that entail?
course. So the other vessels of the flotilla are all sizes. I don't know the sizes of all of them, but there are many boats in this flotilla,
I mean,
ranging, I
are
think,
they
from
as
10
big as your
meters and
boat?
up.
I think that's what we're trying to
No, this is
establish.
the largest. This is the largest one in the. This is the largest one in the mass of civilian boats that are at sea right now at this moment. The other ones are holding anywhere from 6 to 29. I think the range is. Sorry, no, I think one of the boats, a couple of the boats are actually only holding four civilians. So you have some as small as holding four civilians to approximately 25 to 29 civilians. The are the largest ones besides this one. So this one launched yesterday. It was the latest and largest to set sail, and it's dedicated uh, to and for journalists and medical workers. But there are a few others who are not medical workers or journalists like myself. I'm an international lawyer that is on this flotilla. And just briefly about myself, I'm a Palestinian American human rights attorney, a longtime activist. I, um, I grew up in the United States, but spent a long time living in the occupied Palestinian territory in Palestine, and saw the horrors of the occupation and the apartheid with my own eyes. I became a co-founder of the International Solidarity Movement, which tries to mobilize people from around the world to come to Palestine and stand in solidarity with Palestinians who are using popular resistance to to resist these unlawful policies being used to suppress them and deny them freedom. And over the years, we have been brutalized. Some of our colleagues in the international solidarity movement also have been murdered by Israeli forces. But the movement has not stopped. People from all over the world leave the comforts of their own home to stand with Palestinians, not because they're against Israel or against Jews or anything like that, but because we are on the side of freedom, liberation, dignity, and human rights for all people. And that is what the Palestinian liberation struggle is about. I was part of the very first vote to challenge Israel's illegal blockade in 2008. So a small group of activists from the international solidarity movement decided to challenge Israel's illegal blockade. We got two small fishing boats and we set sail from Cyprus back then in the summer of 2008, wanting to again call on the world to not believe Israel's lies. Israel tells the world that its blockade or everything that it does is about security. And it has nothing to do with security. It has to do with punishing the Palestinian people. It has to do with ethnically cleansing the Palestinian people, continuing to steal their land and making it impossible for Palestinians to stay on their land. That's what Israel's policies have been about over the decades, and they have just been accelerated because of the impunity uh, granted to Israel. And so I was on those boats in 2008. Our first two small fishing boats actually made it to Gaza. We made it to Gaza. And when we left Gaza, we promised the people there that we would not stop sailing until the siege was broken, until Palestine was free. And we are keeping that promise. What we did back then is call on governments and big organizations to follow us. We are average civilians who fundraise from other civilians to get these boats to be able to take to the sea to challenge one of the most brutal militaries in the world because our larger organizations and our governments aren't doing it. What are they doing? They are allowing a country on trial for genocide to control what aid gets to a people that they're actively exterminating. It is a crazy world that they want us to accept. And so why am I here? It's because I've been part of this effort of global civil society to reject Israel's apartheid and occupation policies. And it's also for the future of my children. Yes, I am a mother. I wasn't a mother when I started back then, but I am now. I have two kids. I have a girl who turns 11 on October 7th, actually, and she's very mad at me for missing her birthday, but I think she understands, and a son who's 12. And I want to
What
get back
did
home
you
to them.
tell your children before you leave? Sorry, I don't mean to cut you off, but I think I want to stop here for a second since you mentioned your children. What did you tell them before you went on the flotilla?
Unfortunately, I've had to have this discussion more than once with them because I was on the Handala vessel that sailed alone in
Right.
July of this year to continue to challenge this blockade. And I had a long conversation with them about what might happen. And it's difficult to tell them or
Of
to try
course.
to prepare them for the worst. Um, and of course, they were upset and wish I wasn't doing this, but I think they also understand the importance of doing this. If I leave them with anything, I hope it is the belief always that they have the power to do something about injustice in this world. And so when I was organizing this vessel and told them again that I needed to be on this vessel, they understood. Well, I can't say my daughter understood because she wants me there for her birthday. Um, but in the end, I spoke to her the other day, and she was smiling and wished me good luck and hoping that I reach the children of Gaza.
And can I ask you about the sentiment on the boat as well? Since I know you've said earlier that you're about 5, 6 days out, but what is the sentiment right now, especially in light of the news that the Israeli military has intercepted some of these boats?
We are going strong here. People are so determined. The media and the healthcare workers are absolutely determined to reach their colleagues in Gaza, to send a strong message that though our global profession has failed you, we are trying to reach you. And we talked about it actually before we set sail, that we are we know the threats that Israel has made against the boats now at sea, against global Sumut. The question was asked, what happens if Israel's attacks on the global Sumut flotilla are lethal? If there are deaths like there were in 2010, are mass casualties, what will we do? And we said that we will not turn back. We cannot give in to this world of brutality, and might is right. We cannot give in to this Israeli violence. And so we will keep sailing. And we asked anyone who is not prepared for that to keep sailing no matter what happens to the other boats, then don't step foot on the conscience, because the conscience will not be turning back. The conscience is also sending a strong message and calling on the conscience of the world to act. And we are not going to let Israel's brutality turn us back. And it's okay. It's absolutely okay if people don't get on this vessel, because there are many reasons that people cannot. Um, but nobody turned back. Nobody. And so all of us who are watching, we're sending messages of support to our colleagues under attack right now. We are reaffirming our calls to our governments around the world to stand up, and we are still sailing. We are on course to Gaza.
Huwaida, just last question, if you don't mind. So, what I understood from the organizers in the Global Smooth Flotilla, the plan is to have different waves.
Khalid, just sorry to interrupt you. We've just been joined by Mary Macy, who's going to listen to your question. Who's part of the? I think she's the lead
Yeah,
coordinator.
the head of
I'm pretty sure
She's
the
the
UK
head
she's.
of the
delegation.
UK delegation.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so just so the audience understands, and now Khalid, please continue. Yeah, sorry for interrupting you, bro.
Good to have you, Mary. So
Hi.
what I was explaining to Waida. So basically, I understand that there is a plan to have different waves. So Sumud is the first wave, Thousand Medlin are the second wave, and then so on. And your boat, I guess, is the third wave. If you could explain it to the audience, please.
So we're part of the first wave, the Global Swimwood Flotilla, and I'm part of the UK delegation, head of the UK delegation. And so we have organised, there's 17 people from the UK on the flotilla, and there are 3 boats sailing under the UK flag. So, yeah, that's several of the people have been detained, but we've still got, I believe, last time I looked, there was 30 boats still sailing towards Gaza. And at the latest count, they were about 12 hours away from Gaza.
Yeah, and we just received from the committee that the total passengers and participants who've been intercepted is 201. Do you know from 201 how many Brits are being intercepted so far?
So I know that only a third of the ships have been intercepted. and they're all very different sizes. So I can only estimate that 70 people have been intercepted approximately,
Okay. Thank you
or
so
they've
Mary,
much
been
for
what's the
that.
detained.
latest?
Yeah.
What's the latest that you've heard from those that were intercepted?
The latest I heard was just before I came on to this show. So at that point, then we knew that 17 boats had been, no, sorry, 12 boats had been intercepted at that point in time. And that there were over 30 boats, 35, still sailing towards Gaza. So, yeah, they're being intercepted by larger Israeli vessels who are spraying water over them, water cannons. Who
Yeah.
are there's some belief that there's some that there may be a submarine. There's other ways in which they've been attacked, but the first thing that they're doing is intercepting by cutting off their any video footage, or they're cutting off their contact with us, and then they move forward to um, enter to go get onto the boat and to take them away.
Okay.
Ashfaq, on
To
to
your
you.
question
Mary,
about,
yeah.
sorry, to your
Oh, sorry.
question
Yeah,
about
yeah. Go for it. Who would?
to your question about waves, as I was explaining, the Freedom Flotilla Coalition has been sending votes for really since 2010, since the global uh, Freedom Flotilla that was lethally attacked. And we've continued sending votes since then. The boat that I am on now was attacked by Israel in May of 2025 off the coast of Malta. A month later, we sent the Madlin that was attacked by Israeli forces. There were only 12 people on that vessel. A month later, we sent the Handala, which was the vessel that I was on. I was on there with 21 civilians. The Handala was a mission for the children of Gaza. We carried food, baby formula, and teddy bears donated by children of Italy to the children of Gaza. And why I raise that is because with all of the boats being attacked now and the ones that I was on a couple of months ago and before that, what kind of security threat do we pose that Israel is using all of this force to stop civilians carrying baby formula to children who are being deliberately starved, and our governments are standing by and just watching and letting Israel do this? And then so after the Madeleine and the Handala Global Sumud, their organizations mobilized around the world, especially after the attack on the Madeleine, and you had organizations like the Thousand Madeleines that got started and other groups that came together and launched Global Sumud. So we have dozens of boats now at sea. After Global Sumud, then the Freedom Flotilla Coalition, us plus Thousand Medlands launched another wave. So this past weekend, we launched 10 vessels from Italy, and then just yesterday, we launched this vessel, which is against the latest and the largest. So yes, it has been waves that started back in 2008, but as of this year, it started with this boat that I'm on now being bombed in Malta, then us sending the Medland and the Handala, and then the dozens of vessels from Global Samud, and then the 10 that we launched a few days ago, and this one that we launched just yesterday. And we will keep coming at it. Israel's violence will not stop us.
Sure. I
Uh,
think that the sorry, can I?
no, no, no.
Sorry, yeah.
Please pick up after each other. I think.
Thank
I mean,
you. So
what I wanted to say was Mary and Hoyt. I'm not sure if you've ever met each other, but you both are
no, I
involved in organizing the flotilla. So please speak to each other. So go for it.
yeah, great, thank you. Um, I think that there's obviously been some huge changes, and of course, some of the changes have happened because of what's gone on before. This just hasn't come out of nowhere. I was involved with the march from Cairo, where we were attempting to march to Gaza, and that was the first big, I suppose, larger attempt to go into Gaza while globally, where people from across the world came together. I think one of the amazing or major things about what's happening now is that people are coming together from across the world in numbers. And one of the things that's happening in each country now is there are huge demonstrations. So Berlin station has stopped. Their main railway station has been stopped. Italian dock workers are out. Every country across the world has got people on the who've got people on the flotilla are demonstrating. And then the question is, why are they demonstrating? They're demonstrating because of what's happening, but they're also demonstrating, of course, because of their government's complicity. As far as the UK is concerned, that complicity has been there, as we know, for a very long time. And now they are still following, this time following the states and following Israel in protecting Israel as what they see as a colonial outpost from Britain and from now America and other Western countries in the Middle East. And I think that has motivated people to get involved and motivated people to come out, because the unfairness of that and the wrong of that we know has been perpetrated against many people. But this is time for people to stand up and say no. No to what's happening in Gaza, but also no for a future that's dominated by that kind of control and colonialism. And that's why we've come out, and that's why people are standing with people in Gaza, standing together against the entities, the Zionist entity, but also the colonialist entities.
So Mary, just on that note, sorry Ashfaq, I don't mean to cut you off.
No, it's fine.
I'll just take this and I'll pass to you, Mary. And this is also Huwaida, you could be a question for you. So when you hear that, we've reported at Middle East Eye that the British government has said that they won't be providing diplomatic cover for those on the flotilla. So when you hear a decision by the UK government, how do you react?
Well, I mean, you can only react angrily, can't you? And the British government has allowed what's happening in Gaza, the the whole genocide, the murder of babies. They've allowed that to continue when, in fact, they could have stood up against it, but they weren't willing to stand against the United States. They weren't willing to stand against their interests in having Israel continue to be controlled through the West. They wanted to have an outpost there, which they considered to be a Western country within the Middle East, and that to me that's the sole purpose: money, wealth.
Privilege and put their bodies on the line to deliver this aid. I think we're 4 hours away from the shores of Palestine. The Israeli occupation forces have about 30 military vessels here. They're surrounding us, they're kettling us, they're using high-powered water hoses and bright lights, and then they're intercepting people, boarding them and taking them to Ashdod prison. Luckily, I think we're one of 30 boats that hasn't had that yet. So we are just going to continue forward, and yeah, we are feeling like we're going to get there. When the sun rises, we will be with the people of Gaza. How's everybody feeling? Hamish?
I feel like this is a game of cat and mouse, and we might be the mice, but we're fierce mice.
It's Juliet on Wahoo here.
So I've just been watching a thread, and the Wahoo boat says it has outmaneuvered the IOF and is now one of the boats in front with 49 nautical miles left until they reach Gaza's shore. These Aussie dudes, they are cooking with gas. They are gonna get there. I fucking hope so.
Much needed aid there, that we are on the right side of history, that this is the thing that the world needs at the moment, because our world leaders have completely failed the people of Palestine. They're in bed with the United States, they're in bed with the arms trade, and the genocide has to end. So ordinary people like myself and all the people on this boat at the moment have been prepared to use their white privilege and put their bodies on the line to deliver this aid. I think we're 4 hours away from the shores of Palestine. The Israeli occupation forces have about 30 military vessels here. They're surrounding us, they're kettling us, they're using high-powered water hoses and bright lights, and then they're intercepting people, boarding them and taking them to Ashdod prison. Luckily, I think we're one of 30 boats that hasn't had that yet. So we are just going to continue forward, and yeah, we are feeling like we're going to get there. When the sun rises, we will be with the people of Gaza.
So the other thing I just wanted to say was that all three Kiwis have been detained by the Israeli Nazi pirates. I have not heard anything from our government, of course. There'll be nothing from Winston Peters, the piece of shit that he is. So it'll be interesting to see what MFAT, which is our Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Trade, actually do, if they do anything, to help these brave Kiwis who are on the flotilla. You see their three faces on screen now. There's going to be a big march where I am later today, so I will be down there. A protest, sorry, not a march. There may be a march. So I'll be down there and I'll get some footage to post that later on. But yeah, fuck Israel, free Palestine.
To Israel, the United States, and their joint crimes is unbelievable, and it should outrage every citizen of the United Kingdom.
Yeah, I think the other element of that, of course, is that the UK is allowing arms to be developed within the United Kingdom for sale to Israel, and they're providing those with impunity. They made a statement about a year ago, several months ago, that some of that they would take away the licenses for the sale of arms, but they actually took away, I think it was something like 3% of the licenses, and there are billions of pounds being spent in terms of the development of those arms and the sale of them. And they've continued to do that. The other thing that the UK did was to say that they would support an independent Palestine, but they have made no move to stop the arms. They've made no move to open up a humanitarian corridor. They've made no move to challenge Israel in the international courts. And that's what we're demanding. We're demanding that, and to protect their citizens who are going to deliver peacefully humanitarian aid, but are being attacked at this very moment on the seas, going towards Palestinian waters that they say they recognize. So if they recognize Palestinian waters and Palestinian people are saying you can come here, then why that's a complete contradiction um, in terms of their public statements. And I think it's that is also we've entered a stage where people lie with impunity. They tell lies basically. We support you, but actually we're not going to do anything about it.
If I could
And
just
so
add
that
to
means
that,
that as citizens, we have to do something about it. We're left, if you've got any ounce of humanity or conscience, then we are left having to do something. And this is what we're doing.
Hueda, yeah, come in, come in.
I just wanted to add one point. Of course, we are carrying all the humanitarian aid we can carry, but our goal is not just to deliver the humanitarian aid or open a humanitarian corridor. Yes, Israel, a country on trial for genocide, should not be allowed to decide if and what aid gets to a people they are actively exterminating. That is absurd. But Palestinian people do not want to live on aid. The humanitarian crisis is a man-made, deliberate,
Mm.
engineered humanitarian crisis, and so over the last few days and couple of weeks, Israel has been insinuating, and even some governments have supported this notion that we can just drop off our aid at Ashdod and Israel will deliver it. Well, one, we see that Israel's actively blocking aid, so that is just a ridiculous offer that is meant to take attention away from what the crimes that Israel's actually committing. And but also our goal is not to just deliver aid, because Israel has no authority to control Gaza. It is the Palestinian people who have the right to control what gets in and out of Gaza. We're not perpetuating this aid cycle. Yes, Israel's siege needs to be broken so aid can flow, but siege needs to be broken because Palestinians need to be free. So the aid that we are carrying, why we highlight this, not just because we should be allowed to deliver the aid. We highlight this to show that we are no threat to Israel at all. We constitute no security threat. So Israel absolutely has no legitimacy whatsoever, no right to try to stop us. And it's absurd the military might that they are exerting in trying to stop us. But our aid is nothing compared to what is needed in Gaza. And more than that, what Palestinians in Gaza need more than aid is they need the world to stop supporting Israel and trying to ethnically cleanse and annihilate them. Palestinians need their freedom. And I will tell you, as a Palestinian, we don't want our cause to be turned into a charity case. Ours is one of a demand for liberation, a demand to be free so that we can live and work and grow and feed our children without having to live on humanitarian aid. So the world needs not to deliver humanitarian aid. It needs to demand that Israel stop blocking humanitarian aid, but it also needs to demand that Israel abide by international law and that Palestinians are granted the right to self-determination now, right? So not just deliver humanitarian aid, break the siege and the genocide and the occupation and the apartheid Palestinian liberation. That is what we're sailing for.
Both Mary, hi, both Mary and Roida, both of you can answer the next question. It's less about the flotilla, but it is related to flotilla because I think with Gaza and what's happening at the moment, everything's kind of connected. But I'm sure both of you are aware that Trump and Netanyahu have put out a plan in the last, just this week, in the last sort of 72 hours or so. There's still a lot of hazy details on the plan. Among the suggestions of the plan is that there will be sort of a peacekeeping group which will be headed by Trump. Among that board will also be Tony Blair. I mean, my own reflections before I hand on to you is that this is a kind of a response to the public pressure, not just from the flotilla movements, but lots of other movements. It comes from also governments that, although they have been complicit in this genocide, the move by some governments to kind of recognize the Palestinian state. What's your reading of this kind of tactic? I'll throw to you, Roida, first, because obviously as a Palestinian and a Palestinian American, you're familiar with Oslo. You're familiar with the long history that Israel has of kind of, appeasing the Western powers and appeasing the allies and kind of blurring the perspectives of what's really going on by kind of, creating some sort of process that they are eventually not really accountable for, and then blaming the Palestinians again. Just what's your comments on that?
Absolutely. I mean, you just said it, and we saw it with Oslo, where Palestinians were led to believe that they will get their independence and a state. And what happened was Israel continued to violate not only international law, but the terms of the agreements that they signed. And there was absolutely no accountability, no enforceability whatsoever. And they're trying to do it again. As you noted, I support 100% that they are being compelled to support, to move, to show that they are doing something, like these countries recognizing the Canada, the UK, France, Australia, moving to recognize a Palestinian state, almost as to appease their civilians who are outraged at the complicity of their governments. But we are also not fooled by this. You're recognizing a Palestinian state. What state? How about you end the genocide? How about you try to ensure that there's a Palestinian people left in order to have a state by taking action, by stop supporting Israel? So we are not fooled by these diplomatic moves that they are making, that not only do nothing to actually stop the genocide, but are deliberately designed to try to absorb people's anger and the movement in the streets, which is instituting forms of, or using forms of civilian action to boycott and to divest from not only Israel, but companies that are complicit in the crimes that Israel is committing right now. So with Trump's 10-point plan, I haven't had a chance to also read it in detail, but what I can tell you is that there is no enforcement mechanism. There's no enforcement mechanism whatsoever. So the points that they have in there about what Israel is allowed to do, Israel is going to violate them, just like it violates always everything that it seems to agree with, and then nobody holds Israel accountable. So we continue to allow Israel to proceed with their ethnic cleansing plan. So this is a ruse. This is a farce meant to distract the international community, and it needs to be, again, called out. What we are calling on our governments to do is not these fake the ruse of plans or recognition of a state that doesn't exist, and if we don't do anything of the people, but to stop Israel's crimes, to impose sanctions on Israel now. That's what our demand needs to be, and that's what countries need to be doing now. All of this other stuff is just a distraction.
And Mary,
Um,
your response to that, and then
Yeah,
we'll go to Khalid, who also has a question for you guys.
sure. Well, the fact that Tony Blair, whose history of violating international law and human rights is well known, the fact that he and Trump and Netanyahu have come together to bring about what they are calling peace is, I think that it's significant when you look at all those people's history. International law recognizes the self determination of peoples, and it's a complete undermining of the self determination of the Palestinian people by bringing together three people whose interests are aligned against Palestine and with Israel. So their alignment is geopolitical, it's financial, it's power, and it's destructive. People have self-determination. Otherwise, what we end up having is just might is right and power is right. And that's why I think that as civilians and ordinary people, we have got together to stand up and say, no, you cannot just violate the laws and the agreements that have been made and then think you can get away with it because you are powerful. And then so we can see people being the small boats that we're traveling on being attacked and being brought down now by Israeli boats, which have been funded from our countries and from America. And we can see what's happening now that they're being stopped from moving forward. So we will keep coming. Yeah, we'll keep marching, we'll keep walking, we'll come sailing because we have no other choice. And we will stand with the people of Palestine and Gaza um, to defeat Israel, and they will be defeated because might cannot be right forever.
so back to the flotilla, just a quick recap of the last update that we have received. We are talking about more than 30 ships have been confirmed. They are still sailing towards Gaza. Only 13 boats has been intercepted, and the boats now approached 46 miles away from Gaza, which I guess the nearest point that any flotillas ever approached. Mary, what's the procedure if the boat successfully arrive to Gaza? Is there any kind of plan?
So, if the boat successfully arrive to Gaza, there will be a lot of people in Gaza ready to greet us. Apparently, there will be a huge welcome that we will give out the what's on the boats. And we've been talking with Palestinian people in Gaza about how that would be done so that it's done in a peaceful way. Because obviously, if people are starving, then we know that we all know what happens. We've seen it. So that will be done with Palestinian people through their means. So they will be given the aid, and then they will find a way to distribute that in a way that's calm and peaceful. The and yeah, and then we will turn around and come back again. So, but we will show that we have been able to go into and we have basically broken the siege. And so, if you can go by sea, then we're recognizing that those waters are Palestinian. Then we can open up the other corridors and walk in through the other corridors to make sure that that lorries full of there's over 1,000 lorries waiting to go in at the moment, but those lorries can also go in, and that the people in Gaza will take responsibility for distributing the aid in those. We know what's happened when Israelis and Americans have got together to try and to pretend they're distributing food, and instead they've captured people and then shot them dead while they go to collect water, including children. That will not happen because people in Gaza will make sure it doesn't happen. And we will be there to assist in any way that they find helpful. And if they don't find it helpful, we won't be there because that's what self-determination is about. It's about the peoples of each country taking control of that country rather than being dominated by other people for their self-interests.
Thank you, Mary. Just both Hoida and Mary, you can stay on the line. We're actually going to say goodbye tonight to one of our presenters, Hashim. Thanks for your time. Thanks for your insights, and for answering
Thank
our
you.
producer's call late at night, and getting on this. No, stay on the line, Mary and Hoida. This is for Hashim,
I
who's
actually have to,
who's
I'm
popping
sorry,
off.
I actually
Oh,
have
if you need
to,
to go, that's fine.
I
Okay,
do have another interview. I'm sorry,
no,
but
no, no worries. Hoida,
thank you.
thank you
Thank
for
you
your
for your
time.
coverage.
Thank
Thanks
you
for
for your
coming on,
time,
Hoida.
and thanks for
Thank you very
everything.
much.
And
Yeah.
Thank you for your time,
Good
best of
Hoida.
night.
luck with your
Thank
journey.
you very much indeed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay,
Bye bye
and
now.
Hashim's going to be replaced by Matilda, who will have a few questions for you, Mary, because she's when she gets on, she'll have those questions. But just to Hashim,
Okay.
any last words from you?
Listen, thank you so much. Great work with the coverage, guys. Good luck with it, and I'll see you in the next one.
Okay,
Thank you,
so
Hashem.
Mary, while we're just waiting for Matilda to join, I'm not sure if you're familiar with Matilda, but she was on the
Yes.
on board the flotilla as a journalist, and she was doing some
Yeah.
work probably with you to try to get the British government, to do something to ensure that their
Yeah.
citizens are safe, in the event that what's happening right now was happening. So Matilda has joined us, and I'll just get the two of you can continue the conversation.
Hello. Yes, there's a different circumstances in which I thought we would be in touch around this time. At this time, I believe I would have entrusted you to be informing my family about
Yeah.
what was going on. How is that communication channel working? That's something that you're desperately trying to do to keep families on top of what is happening to their loved ones at this time.
Yeah. Absolutely, and that's a crucial part of what we're doing, because people have to feel that their people at home, whether they're their children or their parents or their family or their friends, that they care about them. But we care. We're not kind of ruthless and heartless about what's happening to those people, and we've done an amazing job. We've been in touch with all the family and friends. We're in touch now with what's happening, but we also made sure that we've had support groups for people to come along to, kind of therapeutic groups if people need it, some counselling if people need it, because we do understand that waving goodbye to one of your family or friend who's going off into a huge unknown danger is frightening. And the support that those people on the boats need is from their family and friends. They need them from their comrades and their brothers and sisters as well, but they also need them from home, whatever those people's political views are. So those people we've had to look after, and we are looking after. We've been in touch with people in the boat throughout, and
Yeah.
so we will continue to do that. Some of the family and friends of people who've returned, as you know, have come along and spoken in the media and spoken on platforms and are speaking out at the moment. They will join us tomorrow at demonstrations we hold across the UK.
Now, we're hearing that over 200 passengers of the Global Summit Flotilla have been taken into Israeli custody. Just talk
Mm.
us through what infrastructure is in place to support these individuals once they are inside Israeli custody.
Yeah, so as soon as they are taken by the Israelis and they're taken into Israel, then they will be met by lawyers, Palestinian lawyers. So we're working with Adala to make sure that there are lawyers who are there to meet with them. We've been given clear discussion with every delegate, as you well know, about how they should respond to what Israel is saying and and what the options are for them to do. We will then. We are hopeful that within 72 hours they will be released and they will be taken to possibly back to their own country, or where they'll be taken somewhere. We will be there wherever they're taken to. We'll be there to meet and greet them and to support them, because we know that they'll be released with no money, with nobody they necessarily know, with no mobile phone, etc. So we're there to make sure that they get back home safely,
And
and
what
we're
kind of
grateful that our families and friends trust us to do that.
Yeah, I mean, it's an immense responsibility. What kind of time frame are we looking at? When should we expect all of the passengers of the flotilla to be returned home?
well, our wish is that they arrive in Gaza and they are able to meet with people in Gaza, bring solidarity with them to Gaza, and then they will be able to leave Gaza of their own free will. If they're detained, then we believe that they will be released within 72 hours, as long as they are willing to sign a statement to say that they wish to return. So they are, yeah, if they do that, then they should be released within 72 hours, 3 days. So
Now,
we're expecting the first group of people really to be coming back after the weekend. Yeah, Monday, probably Tuesday.
now these options about signing deportation consent forms upon detention in Israel, this is something that was discussed collectively by everybody on board, because while some people have a need to be immediately deported, for example, health reasons or particularly particular safety reasons, not everybody does intend to sign this form, um, rather to remain in solidarity with Palestinian detainees. That was one reason that some people gave for why they would not sign, as political prisoners, to continue piling pressure and visibility upon Israel. For those who do not sign this form, can you tell us what the likely time frame is for them to be held in Israeli detention and for
Yeah.
them to be returned home?
Well,
Matilda,
first of all,
sorry,
they will be
sorry to
taken.
interrupt you guys. Just there is an audible action right now on one of the boats. Just we are trying to hear what's happening with them.
Are we able to turn up the volume from the feeds?
Γιατί στο Μυσία! Έρχεται ρε! Έρχεται, έρχεται! Γιατί είναι μόνος του καημένος. Άκουσα αυτό το πράγμα, άκουσα καλά. Από το καημένο του Ισραήλ. Το ακούτε. Έρχεται τώρα εδώ. Πού πάμε! Μα αν πάμε δεξιά θα μας κόψει. Πάμε δεξιά, εντάξει, άντε. Σε ακολουθώ. Πολύ σημαντικό ντοκουμέντο. Το κόβω όλο δεξιά, να αποφύγω το μεγάλο πύργο. 180. Ενημερώσει το PC.
Matilda, I think you can pick up the conversation you were
Oh,
having
great.
with Mary. Just to keep the sound for a while. Just you can maybe give some reflections, and then this speaks to both your knowledge and Mary's knowledge of what is going to happen when Israeli interception happens, and
Yeah.
then continue with the
Yeah.
discussion. Yeah.
Okay, great. Yeah, if it's possible, I think it would be good for everyone to be aware of what kind of time frame for detention is to be expected for those who've been detained who will not sign the immediate deportation order, just so that we can make sure we're keeping track of the process as it
Sure.
is supposed to legally play out.
Yeah. So those people who won't sign anything would be taken through the Israeli court system. So they would be charged, and they would they would presumably be found guilty, and then a number of things could happen. Israel has threatened that they will keep people in prison for a long time. But they equally will become under a lot of pressure internationally and from the governments of those people who they're detaining. And so there will be pressure for their release. But we cannot predict how long people will be held for because they could be sentenced to years of imprisonment. Um, yeah, I mean, there isn't really much for us to go on because they haven't had this large a number before of people um, arriving on flotillas, as you know. And people have been charged, but when they've been charged and taken through the courts, they've been deported very
Yeah.
quickly.
And
We would hope,
there have been threats made by certain
yeah,
members of the Israeli government that um, they intend to use anti-terror law to levy
yeah,
some serious charges on certain members of the flotilla. Now, you are head of the UK delegation, right? And so, can you just talk to us a little bit about what kind of protection, diplomatic or consular protection, the British government owes British citizens who are being intercepted at sea right now and who are being taken to Israeli detention right now?
yeah. We've got exceptionally good lawyers in the UK who are working with us on the human rights and challenging international, the breach of international law that's happening. And as well as I spoke earlier, there are contradictory statements being made by the UK in that they are saying that they will not support citizens who go into what they determine as Israeli waters, but they have already acknowledged that is that Palestine is independent state, and in which case they have their own water, they're Palestinian waters we're going into. So the conflict around the ownership of those waters and that land continues, and the UK has a duty to abide by international law and to abide by the decisions that have been made internationally around the independence and self-determination of the Palestinian people. They also have a duty to prevent genocide, and they have a duty to prevent what is in effect torture of people without through starvation, and they have a duty to protect their citizens who have committed no crime um, from being detained illegally in another country. So we will continue to demonstrate and we'll continue to fight for those people to be returned. And that will be part of the next round of a movement. But we will never forget that, in fact, Palestinian people are being kept in those prisons illegally and being detained illegally in prisons as well. And so I think that the whole system under which this whole episode is being carried out is one which has created a huge, an abandonment of international law. And is that a safe place for any of us to be? I would argue it wasn't.
Mary Macy, thank you so much for your time at this late hour and for joining us here on Middle East
Thank
Eye.
you. Thank you very much.
There is really quite a remarkable situation playing out at the forefront of this flotilla, which I think just, is worth drawing some attention to. As Khalid recently pointed out, I think just 13 boats have been intercepted, leaving 30 boats still sailing to Gaza. The lead boats of which are now reaching territory that is unprecedented in similar missions, approaching the beaches of Gaza in a way that really, really was not necessarily anticipated for this mission, because Israel has clearly signaled that they have not intended to allow any of the boats to reach Gaza. Um, we have a new guest just joining us.
Sulaiman,
Welcome.
welcome.
Omar Suleiman, hi, welcome to the Me live show of the Flotilla.
Hi, everyone. It's good to be with you all.
Good, good. Omar Suleiman, before we actually start with questions, Khalid, do you know how close some of the boats are now to the shores of Gaza? Can you just update us?
So basically, what happened is the focus were on the bigger boats. So the military vessels were surrounding all of them. So what we understand from what you have heard from the radio, that small boats managed to skip the vessels. So we are talking about small boats are like approached 46 miles from Gaza, and they are still on their way. And yeah, as I mentioned earlier, this is the nearest point that any flotillas has ever approached so far.
Okay, so just to make it clear, it sounds like there's about 29 boats that the Israelis are going to try to intercept, and they have about 46 miles to get to Gaza. So, I mean, we could see some either very heroic or unfortunate scenes, depending on what may happen. Omar Suleiman, thank you for joining us. You've in the last 24 months, as the genocide has unfolded in Gaza, you've become a very prominent voice, especially as a Muslim scholar, speaking up against the genocide, speaking about complicity from Western media, from Western powers, from many parts of the Muslim world. What's your thoughts as you see these 300 activists trying to break the siege on Gaza, and you see the world reaction to it?
I mean, first and foremost, like we have to express just an immense amount of pride and gratitude in them and for them. Look, where governments have failed, people are trying to pick up the slack. None of this should be necessary, but all of it is warranted because of the failure of governments. And at the end of the day, it's the failure of governments that led to these activists boarding these flotillas and making their way to Gaza. And it's the failure of governments now to protect these activists as they arrive at the shores. And so Gaza as a whole has been a display of the collapse of international law. And, you know, in the absence of any semblance of international law, people are looking for creative ways to contribute to the end of the genocide. And so every single one of these actions opens the door to another action. I think that's what Israel fears most, is that it never stops with this action. It always becomes something else. It inspires more people and inspires more creativity. And so I'm sure this won't be the last time. So as Israel escalates its genocide, we have to escalate our actions in response. And what I will say is that, you know, for Israel right now, this is about optics, right? I mean, they have been thinking about how to do this in a way that preserves their optics in the best way possible, which shows you that they don't actually fear any consequences. I mean, they're not worried about um, anyone actually meaningfully holding them accountable. They just want to, sort of lean into the narrative war and gain some sort of legitimacy. And so I think we're going to see some cheap PR tactics. I think we'll see, um, the usual cycle of Israeli propaganda. But let's be clear, they're trying to silence solidarity. And that is on college campuses, that is through buying social media platforms now and openly boasting about it. That is through enlisting a deputy chief of staff of the president of the United States as a foreign agent. I mean, it's insanity, right? So the more they try to silence solidarity, I think they're going to contribute to folks that will not appreciate their heavy hand, and they'll actually embolden more efforts against them.
You mentioned, you started off by saying congratulations to the 300 activists. They filled in where governments have failed. Obviously, it's been very difficult, I think, for anyone who's been witnessing, and many people have been witnessing the unfolding genocide in Gaza. Um, it's also made us, while it's made us very sad, it's probably made us very angry. Who are you most angry with, or like what are you most angry with when you think about what you've seen in the last 24 months?
To be honest, there's a lot of anger to be distributed. Um, I live in the United States. I'm an American citizen. I pay taxes, and so obviously there's a lot of anger towards, um, the United States government, both under the Biden administration as well as the Trump administration, for enabling, abetting, protecting this genocide at all levels. None of this happens without the United States, and Joe Biden could have stopped this, and Trump could stop this. So it starts there. But I'd say that, as a Muslim, um, the anger towards Arab and Muslim governments, I mean, to be this impotent, despite the size, despite the leverage that you have with your resources. Some of these conversations that are being had now, like the fact that any country still normalizes with Israel, the fact that there are still these backdoor security agreements and, economic benefits and passages that exist, is just so shameful. And at the end of the day, here's how I'd put it. It's not like any of these. Well, I don't want to say it's not like any of them care about Israel, because who knows what's really going on there, right? But I think that at the end of the day, these people are auditioning for the favor of Donald Trump, and everyone wants to be his poodle in the Middle East and to do the dirty work in exchange for all sorts of benefits. And so they care. At the end of the day, they care more about the approval and the well wishes and the benefits of being in partnership with the United States than they do about the people that are suffering in Gaza right now. And that's a shame on the entirety of I think the display of Arab and Muslim governments that have not been able to do anything. And I say that with great sadness. I mean, some of them are definitely more complicit than others, but I think they're all disappointing. Like at the bare minimum, you can say that everyone's been disappointing.
I'm sure you're aware that in the last sort of 72 hours or so, Trump and Netanyahu have put forward a plan where they're going to have some sort of peace board headed by Donald Trump himself. There's talk that Tony Blair will, I mean, Donald Trump has said that Tony Blair will be part of that board as well. What's your reading? I just before you joined, we were joined by Huwaida Arif and Mary Macy, who are part of the contingent of the Flotilla. They gave their thoughts on it. What's your thoughts on the plan?
So, look, it's actually not that much different from the other plans that have been taken, manipulated, and then put forward as the very same plans that were agreed to by Hamas. So it's very clear that there was a plan that Hamas had agreed to multiple times that was put forth as an American agreement. Hamas agrees. Netanyahu makes major changes to it, and then it comes back with full American backing that the obstruction is coming from the side of Hamas. In this case, it's not Hamas that's the party. I think that got played. I think it's all of those governments that were sitting in the room, and that agreed to, I guess, this 21-point plan. And then it was presented as the same plan to the public, but clearly Netanyahu came, made major changes, and it was presented as all the same thing. The idea is to continue to portray. So it's twofold, right? It's um, to give Netanyahu as much time as possible and as much run room to be able to do whatever he wants with no consequences, and to be able to say that we've given peace a chance, and this is sort of their way of vying for legitimacy and playing victim, continuing to play victim while carrying out a genocide. So on the one hand, it's deflection by Israel. On the other hand, it's to portray the Palestinians as once again unwilling to make any reasonable peace. And this sort of colors the entire spectrum of Palestinian factions and resistance, and any Palestinian political movement for the last 7+ decades. We tried, right? That's the idea, is that they're saying we tried, and the Palestinians are never reasonable with these things. So it's a twofold game. Like I said, the only thing that's changed now is that I think the people that got played were the various governments that were in the room. Um, and at this point now, I mean, obviously, my personal feelings bringing Tony Blair, an architect of a genocide, or an architect of an atrocious war in Iraq that led to the loss of 1 million lives, bringing him on board, and then giving Donald Trump some sort of a position over Gaza, um, adds 2 layers of colonialism, right, to what's already a colonial situation. Um, you know, we can speak to the ridiculousness of it. I don't know what's going. I'm obviously not privy to the negotiations or to the provisions that will be made, or if there's even room for negotiation of those terms. Obviously, Palestinians in diaspora don't have a say in actually making a decision as to how this goes forward, but we can still point to the ridiculousness of the terms, right? And I think we should continue to do that, while understanding that you know, just like when we would say after the Nakba that the two-state solution, those that accepted it from a place of concession and from a place of reckoning with great difficulties and overwhelming circumstances. But it was even then a concession and giving up a significant part of Palestinian land. And so any one of these commitments or any one of these deals that are accepted continue to be to the detriment of the Palestinian people so long as they don't have self determination. So the key words that we have to just keep on insisting on are self determination. When you continue to take actions that do not involve the agency of the Palestinian people and only further entrench colonialism and bury the Palestinian cause, you're robbing them of self determination. So those are just two words that we just have to keep on pushing forward.
I want to say, I know you have limited time, so I'll just have one more final question for you. Um, you mentioned Palestinians in the diaspora. Many people know you, but they don't necessarily know you as a Palestinian. They know you as an imam and a vocal voice dealing with people and their spirituality, etc. But I mean, just as a Palestinian, going back to Oslo and going back to the Intifada, and walk us through the last 30. And you don't have a lot of time, so I appreciate it will be a abbreviated answer, but just probably your whole life. I mean, you were probably born in the 80s when Lebanon was just blown up by Israelis. Well, not the whole of Lebanon, but Beirut. 15,000 to 20,000 people were killed, and then there was the Intifada, and there's a whole lot of things. So just how has that impacted who you are, what you are, and sort of your ideas, and how has it informed your spiritual teachings?
So first and foremost, I mean, I'll speak to it from a very human perspective. That my father is still alive, thank God, and he's, he was born before the state of Israel. Um, he lived through the Nakba. He remembers living in a free Palestine in the early 40s. He has seen the Nakba, the Naksa, and everything else in between. And um, you know, he and my mother were both Palestinian refugees. My mother was born in Damascus in 1951. She passed away. She used to write about her life. And so, you know, at the end of the day, I lived this through my parents, right? I've never been to Palestine. I've been denied entry. Um, Largely just go to Jordan, have a lot of relatives that have been exiled to Jordan or relocated in Jordan, and all around the world, right? Some of them here in the United States and other places of the world. At the end of the day, it's a bunch of scattered pictures. It's pictures of what our land used to look like. It's pictures of checkpoints that have encroached upon land that we still technically own. It's stories of rape. When the Nakba happened, it's stories of murder. It's stories of relatives that got displaced to Gaza that are now second, third cousins, right? But I've never met them before, but they share. I mean, they look like me. um, I could easily be one of them. Um, and oh, this person, so and so just died. So and so just saw his wife and kids murdered. So and so just walked out of a building and had to pull their baby by one leg out of the rubble, and the only thing that came out was one hand and a deformed piece of flesh. Like, these are the stories we hear every day, right? Now, the pain of living it and being there is something entirely different. So, what I would say is that at this very moment, it's, you know, seeing obviously what's happening, like all of you, constantly, but seeing myself in those people. And there has to be a radical exercise of empathy on the part of every single human being right now, because we can't normalize genocide playing out on our screens the way that it's happening. So there has to be an exercise of radical empathy. It's much easier for me to have that empathy because they look like me. In some cases, they share the exact same name as me. And I know that it's just a turn or two in the trajectory of my parents that makes it different for me being here versus being there, right? And them being here versus them being there. So we all understand that. And so every Palestinian diaspora has survivor's guilt, or I would say most Palestinians have survivor's guilt. Um, but I'll say this, that at this very moment, as an imam, right, I'm working with children that are in the hospital that have lost limbs, lost eyes, and that made it in when those visas were still being accepted, and that are getting treatment for the most barbaric injuries I've ever seen. And we're dealing with another form of silencing solidarity, which are personal friends of mine and community leaders that have been abducted by ICE, and just Palestinian activists being picked up off the streets, in Nazi Germany style, and disappearing because they were voices for the Palestinians. And so this is a lived reality. It's more pastoral than political, but it's inherently political. And so what I would say is that, yes, I mean, most people probably know me as an imam and as a religious figure. And what I would say is that this is a human endeavor. It's a religious endeavor. It's one that requires radical empathy, and Islam requires radical empathy, um, of the greatest level, right? And we're seeing this embodied by those activists that are on those ships today. Some of them going from a place of faith, some of them going from a place of humanity. I know some of them, and they're going based upon what they feel called to do from Quranic teachings, right? And from teachings of the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. I know other people that are not Muslim and just are going from a place, again, of just human empathy. We need to channel all of that sincere human endeavor to end the greatest human rights atrocity of our time.
Omar Suleiman, thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciated. And best of luck with the rest of your day.
Thank you. Take care.
Thank you. Salam. Matilda, can you just give us an update on what you've been seeing, both you and Khalid? What's the
Yeah,
latest?
yeah, I'm just trying to get the latest. The latest confirmed number of interceptions is still 13, and which means there are 30 boats that are continuing to sail to Gaza. There's about 10 boats that are, taking up the forefront of that flotilla, and they are really approaching to unprecedentedly close to Gaza, about 45 nautical miles. At the pace they're sailing, that would mean that, in theory, if Israel does not obstruct them, they would reach Gaza within the next 5 hours. I'm actually in contact with some of the people on that boat. They are, within very, very close proximity of um, Israeli naval vessels that are much, much bigger than they are, and packed with soldiers who are armed with weapons, while these passengers on small sailing vessels are completely unarmed. Um, Nevertheless, there are a lot of boats in this flotilla, and the vast majority of them, despite this interception having now gone on for over 8 hours, I think, the vast majority of them have not yet been intercepted. Nevertheless, if you scroll through social media, you will see many videos coming out, SOS videos from individual accounts. These are videos that all the participants recorded before leaving in anticipation of this moment. Videos saying, if you see this video, then I have been kidnapped by the Israeli military and taken into Israeli custody. That is now over 200 participants, and they come from nearly 40 different nationalities. The exact number, I think, is about 36 nationalities, mostly Spanish and Turkish. I believe soon we're going to be joined with a representative from the Turkish delegation. So it'll be interesting to talk to them about, I suppose, the different risks that historically Turkish individuals involved in these flotillas, in these humanitarian missions, have faced at the hands of Israel. Khalid, do you have anything to add in terms of the updates on the flotilla and the interception? Oh, your sound isn't coming through, Khalid. Or is that just me? I'm not hearing any sound come through.
Khalid, we can't hear you. So we'll
Yeah,
just get you to
sorry.
fix. Oh,
Yeah,
there we go. There's
sorry.
Khalid.
Yeah. Sorry. So I was saying that the numbers is still so far at the 30. We're still double checking the numbers. So yeah, there is not that much update. And I was just talking about Muhammad Mahdi and and welcoming them. So hi Muhammad, welcome aboard.
Hi, thank you very much for accepting
Thank
me
you.
on.
Just first of all, can you just confirm to us how many Turkish individuals participating and how many boats under Turkish flag?
So right now, there are 53 Turkish volunteers on the ships, but I cannot exactly confirm how many boats because Turkish people, they generously support with a big amount of money, but they did not take the entire boats for their use. they did give to Global Smooth Flotilla to be used for the other delegations.
Okay, because we have been informed um, like 24 hours or even longer, like 48 hours, that there was a plan to have two boats from Turkey joining the flotilla. That's why.
There are a lot of rumors, so we haven't also confirmed some of the news. Uh, we've
Okay.
also got we've also got some news that there are a few boats are sailing from Turkey to Gaza, but
Okay.
there is no still confirmation. But what I can
Okay.
state is that you know that Conscience ship is going to join the Freedom Flotilla coalition and the Thousands Madeleine uh, Flotilla. So
Yeah.
beside this, Turkish organizations are now gathering and having another plan, which is they are also trying to make another flotilla from Turkey to sail right after the Freedom Flotilla. So non-stop, they want to continue this mission to get attention on the flotilla.
All right. And have you received any kind of communication between you as a delegation and officials by Turkish, especially with the vessels in the Mediterranean and yeah, the speculation about whether they will accompany the flotilla or not?
Unfortunately, these are most of them were speculations. So they did support through the air, but the navy were just following the ships for a certain period of time. So as
Mm,
Italy and Spain withdraw their navies, Turkey also withdraw their navies. They didn't want to face with Israel, I think,
okay.
unfortunately. We have received some calls when I was in Tunis for organizing the mission. The the MPs that we had has got received calls from the foreign minister and from the commander of the navy. They were trying to do something, but unfortunately, we haven't got any clear evidence.
Perfect. I guess Matilda, if you have any questions as well.
Yeah, I was curious about the fact that the Turkish vessel, by my understanding, it went a step further perhaps than the vessels sent by Italy, Spain, and Greece in that it actually came with aid provided by the Red Crescent for Gaza and donated aid to the global Sumud flotilla. Can you tell us, about that? How did that come about? How much aid was provided, and was that well received by the Turkish delegation as an act of grace by the Turkish government?
Yeah, it has not been confirmed the amount of the aid, but the thing that, as from my understanding, is it wasn't expected what we were wanting from the Turkish government. So the aid, the distribution aid to the global Smooth Flotilla, anyone, any civic society can do it. So we expect more from the governments to pressurize on Israel, such as supporting the Smooth Flotilla till Gaza with navies. But unfortunately, they are just stepping in with only supporting, basic aid process. We appreciate for that. We are not undermining, their efforts, but we don't see as enough support for the mission.
Now, a question that I would also love to put to you is to do with the safety of Turkish participants on board. Um, I trained alongside many Turkish participants, and we had on our boat Turkish participants. And something that was made very clear to all of us was that historically, Turkish participants have often faced the most violent treatment by the Israeli military on missions such as these. Would you agree, or was it part of your assessment that Turkish participants on the global cement flotilla would potentially be some of the most at risk, particularly tonight during this phase of interception?
We don't have a clear evidence to speak about this, but what we think is that I think because of the facing the Mavi Marmara situation, that some of the Turkish nations were trying to eliminate or attack the Israelis because they were believing that they are in international waters, so no one has right to stop them. They were trying to not let them in, and they've been brutally um, attacked and shot by Israeli, occupation forces. So this made international delegations to be a bit worried and to be afraid of the Turkish delegations. I think this is the reason what we have faced through this education.
Yeah, just for anyone watching who isn't aware of the full context behind that, in 2010 there was a similar civilian humanitarian flotilla that was intercepted by Israel, and on one of the boats, the Mavi Marmara, there was a violent escalation in which 10 individuals, 10 of the humanitarians on board the Mavi Marmara, were killed by Israeli forces, and I believe 9 out of 10 of them were Turkish. I was also sort of thinking in the back of my mind of the Conscience ship earlier this year in May, which was attacked um, in a drone attack off the coast of Malta. And that led to the end of the mission, premature end of the mission, when the boat caught fire. I also believe that most of those on board at that time during that attack were Turkish participants. Um, that's I suppose the risk of escalation and of violence. And when we look at the days ahead, as these individuals are abducted by Israel and taken into Israeli custody, can you just talk us through what measures are in place to protect the Turkish people who are detained by Israel? What diplomatic or consular measures are in place from the Turkish government, and what individual protective measures are in place thanks to the delegation and to the Global Summit Flotilla?
Yeah, I think from the first attack till now, I've joined many TVs live. So the main point were to pressurize on government to not only take care of the Turkish people, but to also globally put pressure on Israel and to bring back everyone's to home. So beside that, as Turkish delegations, we organized almost in every city and in districts of Turkey protest. Tonight, right now, it still goes on in Ankara, in the United States Embassy, in Istanbul, Israeli consulate. Thousands of people are protesting and marching now. So we will not non-stop. We'll try and focus on the mission to do pressurize on the government to support the especially Turkish nations, and then to globally allocate everyone to pressurize on Israel to bring everyone back to home. So
Now,
this is what we can do. We don't have any power as such governments. So as civic society, what we can do is to mobilize and bring people together.
Now, something that we're seeing in several cities around the world right now are protests in reaction against Israel's ongoing illegal interception of the global summer flotilla. I believe that Istanbul is one of the cities in which we're seeing that land mobilization, those protests about the flotilla. Are you aware of this happening, and can you bring us any updates from the protests in Turkey?
Yeah, immediately when the first interception happened, the entire Turkish community were announced to meet at the Israeli consulate in Istanbul and in Ankara, US embassy. So from that moment till now, people are still there shouting and demanding from government to support its own nation, its own people to bring back to home. So the amount, I cannot give you exact number, but it's a huge crowd. So in a very short period of time, it is normally impossible to bring this amount of people together. But because of the Gaza, because of the Palestinian cause, people are non-stop, they are still coming, and the crowd is going to be bigger and bigger. Even I don't think that it's gonna stop till morning. So even from now, the organization are trying to launch new protests in every hours, in prayers. The Friday prayer is coming now. They are planning for every days, every hours, every cities. They don't want to stop the protest. So which is like pressuring the government also to support the mission. I think the government is already in contact with Israel already, because there are some news on Turkish media also about that.
Mhm. Mehdi Pertekli. Khalid, unless you have any other questions, I was just.
Yeah, I was just regarding a conversation that I had with different individuals from Turkish delegations, and how they were frustrated regarding um, the contribution that they were expecting from the officials and Turkish government regarding any kind of individual initiatives or NGOs, and they felt like kind of being lifted to act on their own. Um, how you can explain the reason behind that, and how the kind of the Turkish contribution so far officially is not meeting the same narrative as we can see in the official statements.
Yeah. So look, I mean, when you check the official statements, I can sign in every official statements. They are brilliant, well managed, but it's not like going further. So everyone can make a very nice text. Any journalist you give them, they will make a very perfect text. But the thing is action. So we are looking at the actions. So when it comes to the actions, actions are never meeting with the text that has been written by the presidency. So we appreciate for their talks, for their you know announcements or whatever they are doing, but we also expect some actions from the government to go. It's not acceptable. No one is satisfied with the talk anymore. So that's basically what I think and what the Turkish community are thinking about that. So we expect more, not only from Turkey, the entire Muslim leaders, European leaders. Unfortunately, they are like silent. They just talk and almost zero actions. And this is going to be very bad history in the time. They will be responsible for that, and people are voting for them will also be responsible, I believe.
Thank you so much, Mahdi, for your time with us today.
Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much. Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Matilda was doing great work. I need to appreciate her work. I met her. I did an interview also with me in Tunis.
We did. We
Yeah.
had an interview in Tunis, what feels like many lifetimes, many
Very
lifetimes
much.
ago now.
Great
But
work, guys. Thank you very much
Yeah.
for your effort.
Thank
it's
you,
been
Mahdi.
great to have you
Thank you.
again. Thank you so much, Mehdi.
Thanks. Bye bye.
We're going to go to the boat feed, see if we can get any audio coming through, see if we can learn anything from any of the audio coming through, and we'll be back in just a few short minutes. Do stay with us and do keep watching what is happening with the flotilla. I fear that the longer this goes on, the fewer eyes there will be on the flotilla.
Just going to feel like an immigrant. Very valid.
Make you feel like immigrant, eh? My dear, why you come to Israel looking for work? Looking for a job? You go to Europe, to Canada.
Really, yeah, you got a South African and a Mexican immigrant girl here.
Hey Tarek,
Hey
how
man,
are you
how are
doing?
you? I'm
Yeah,
good.
good to see you. How are you doing?
I'm good. I'm good, man. Busy day.
Yeah, very, very long night, I guess.
Yeah.
Uh, we still have 30 boats to go. Hopefully things goes like just safe, you know.
Hmm.
Luckily, so far we haven't been receiving any kind of reports of any injuries, so hopefully this is the case.
Inshallah, it stays that way.
Is there anything that you can tell us, Tariq? What's the latest overview of the situation
Oh gosh.
unfolding here?
Well, I was on a walk for 15 minutes, so I don't know what changed in the last 15 minutes, but the last thing that I can tell you is that 13 boats so far has been intercepted, uh, with just over 200 participants. Those participants hail from over 36 countries. And right now, it looks like they are still, on their way to Gaza. I think they might be the closest that any flotilla effort has ever been, under 50 nautical miles at this rate.
Mm.
Uh, the spirits are honestly relatively good on these ships, even if in the eyes of danger at the IOF, even with these skunk water cannons that they're being attacked by, I think the majority of people feel really good about the prospects of possibly making it to Gaza.
Can you
Yeah,
just
they
talk
have
us
been
through?
showering with the, seawater for a while.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah, yeah, fun
yeah.
fact.
Were you saying something,
Mm.
Matilda?
I
Whatever.
was just gonna ask if you could talk us through what the protocol is should these boats get to Gaza, the rate they're moving now, at the distance that they're approaching, and that's something that could be expected to happen in the next 5 hours. That's less time than the interception has been going on for. That when only 13 boats have been intercepted out of 40. So it's looking more and more feasible as a situation. But what would that situation actually look like?
Yeah. Well, that situation would look like partnering with NGOs on the ground and trying to figure out what that distribution system would look like, how to get this aid to the people in need, how to achieve not only that, but also maintain this global influence that we've had, to encourage our political leaders to make sure that we are not the last to arrive on those shores, to open that humanitarian corridor, and tell our political leaders that we're sick and tired of them allowing Israel to continue with this genocide and this blockade with impunity. Uh, I think it is an incredible thing to have to even weigh the fact that, like, okay, this is happening now. What are the logistics to do it? And I think those conversations are happening as we speak.
Yeah, although I also, I suppose, want to emphasize that I feel as though the closer these boats reach the shores of Gaza, perhaps the more dangerous the situation becomes, because Israel has very clearly and repeatedly indicated they do not intend to allow these boats to reach the shores of Gaza. And I'm
Hmm.
sorry, I have to admit, on an individual level, I am feeling quite
Yeah.
emotional about this, because there are people on these boats who I was expecting to be on these boats with, and yeah, they are imminently approaching the coast of Gaza, and they are surrounded by humongous naval vessels, and I worry that that window for a measured and de-escalatory interception to take place is getting narrower. And Israel has been very clear that they don't want these boats to reach the shores of Gaza. And I'm just wondering if concerns are increasing about the safety of these vessels, because the longer this goes on, the more I think people will probably get tired and want to dip out or go to bed. But it may be the case that it becomes ever more important to keep eyes on the flotilla.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. It is absolutely more dangerous the closer that they get, and I think, you know, it's so interesting as we have this conversation moments ago, right? Hope, happiness, joy, all up there, right? You bring up these very realistic, very um, real concerns about the danger escalating. Sorry for the thumbs up. You bring up the danger escalating, and then immediately you kind of switch back onto, oh gosh, okay, what's the reality? What's the danger? How many people are going to get hurt, right? This is an emotion and a roller coaster of emotions that Palestinians in the diaspora and all throughout Gaza are very, very familiar with. You have these ideas and these moments of being very, very hopeful, and then you're met with reality. Something awful happens, split second, and you're back to like on the ground. And one thing that we have to recognize is that sorry, I'm the emotional train. You're making me emotional. No, it's fine. It's fine. I think we have to acknowledge that all of this violence and all of the things that makes our hope go away is at the hands of a genocidal ethno state that is breaking international law. And we have to hold on to the hope that drives us, the hope that continues to allow us to think of what a blockade, ending the blockade means. We have to continue holding on to the hope of what does it mean to actually like create humanitarian corridor, because that's the thing that keeps us going. And I think everyone on this mission does know exactly what they signed up for. And should it get more dangerous, I think that just proves to the world exactly how complacent they are in allowing Israel to commit war crime after war crime after war crime, especially considering that Israel has repeatedly told us exactly what they plan to do.
And then you directed our attention there to Palestinian emotions. And when it comes to the arrival of the Global Summit Flotilla, we have seen videos, we have seen messages from Palestinians in Gaza with high hopes that the flotilla would reach the shores of Gaza. And so, yes, while on the one hand, there may be this added concern that the closer these boats get, the greater the danger they're in. There is also the case that hope for Palestinians who've been waiting on the shores of Gaza for the arrival of this flotilla is increasing as well.
Mm-hmm. It's a double-edged sword. I think it's one of the most prime examples of a double-edged sword. And we also want to take a look at not just the impact that the flotilla has and the options and the possibilities of what it means to actually arrive on shore, but we have to look at what's happening around the world, in Italy, in Spain, in Germany, all the people rising against the leaders that have allowed this genocide to happen. This is bigger than the flotilla. This is something that I feel like is so critical that we remind people, especially, I think, we've been working on this for weeks, months, right? And one of the things that we constantly have to remind people that this is bigger than just the flotilla mission. This is about ending the genocide. And bigger than that, it's about ending Israel's apartheid. And what's happening all around the world has never happened at a scale of this level before. And so I think we have to remind the people that this is not about the flotilla. This is about the people of Gaza, the people of Palestine, and recognizing that our leaders are complicit in allowing what's happened to the people of Palestine happen to them.
Now, you said something earlier. You said we've got to think about what this really means to set up a humanitarian corridor to Gaza. And you're right in pointing out that everyone on this mission, as risky as it is, and as risky as it's increasingly becoming by the minute, they have contemplated what that decision to be on board means. But a question I've had a lot when talking about this is what does it actually mean to set up a humanitarian corridor to Gaza? Could you just explain for people listening what that actually means, that goal of the flotilla, and what that actually looks like?
Yeah. When I think about what a humanitarian corridor looks like, it means that nations recognize that the time to end complicity is finally here, and the time to send as much aid as possible to the people of Gaza is also here. And that means if Israel and Egypt aren't going to open the borders, the Rafah borders, and if Israel isn't going to open any of the other borders around Gaza, then that means it is up to the nations to continue to send these fleets, to continue to send these vessels. It's up to Italy and Spain to hold their word, protect the people that they said that they were going to protect, and not leave them behind because they think it's too dangerous. It's time for them to use those fleets to bring the aid to the people of Gaza. And then hopefully more NGOs and more organizations will realize, oh, this is possible. It started. How can we contribute and how can we keep that going?
Mm-hmm. Um, yeah, so I know that the Global Summer Flotilla feed is now rotating between the boats that are still going, and as we have said repeatedly on this show, I think that there are only 13 boats that are confirmed intercepted. However, the feed coming through is only showing and has only shown for the last, I don't know, hour, half an hour or so, 4 boats or only a few boats. Does that mean that there's a lot of boats that we've lost contact with? We haven't had confirmed interception, but we have lost contact with them.
My dog was barking at the most critical moment. Can you repeat the question?
Yeah.
I'm so sorry.
I was asking about, I suppose, the maybe the margin for error when it comes to this number of boats that have been intercepted. Because while we only have 13 confirmed interceptions, there are a lot of boats by now with whom I believe the flotilla has lost contact. We're not getting any CCTV feed, and I can't get through to anyone on board. How many boats have we lost contact with, or can you give us a sort of ballpark figure?
I don't have the ballpark figure at the top of my head of what ships that we have lost contact with, but I do know that is one of the things that we take into account when we go and trying to figure out, okay, is a ship, or have they been intercepted? One of the things that I think we are also trying to do is we're trying to make sure that we work with our legal team, Adala, to make sure that they keep track of all the people that Israel takes in. And they're constantly like in contact with those lawyers as well. And so if we cannot, confirm visually or through connection whether or not like we have contact with those boats, hopefully, because we've been doing this for a long time, we have been working with Adala since before these last few days. We'll have some more insight into if more participants have been abducted.
Okay, that's great to know. And Tariq, I think what we're going to do here at Middle East Eye is take a pause, leave the feed up with the audio on. We will have alerts set up in case there is any kind of sign of escalation or anything that needs immediate attention, and we will come straight back on with the commentary. And if you're around, Tariq, we'd love to get you back on. If the situation demands for it.
Can I say one more thing before we go?
Yeah.
I want to take this moment to send a message to all of the civilians all over the world, every single person that's watching these feeds, every single person who knows someone who's watching these feeds. This is happening because of people like you. This is happening. This is history in the making, and it's happening because of people like you. The people on these boats, they are not activists. They are not professionals. They are teachers and mothers and fathers and grandmothers and musicians. And what is needed more than ever right now is for the world to stand up against this systemic injustice and fight back against the leaders that let this genocide happen. Because if they let it happen to Palestinians, who's to say that they won't let it happen to you? So the one thing that I will say is take this as an opportunity to recognize your own power, because the only way that this world is going to change is if you change it. And that's all I'll say.
Well, thank you for
so much, Tariq.
Closing words.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And for everyone watching, keep watching. The feed will stay live, and as soon as there's any urgent requirement, we will be back on with the commentary as well.
Oh ja, snap je wel. Ik zal dat wel doen. Πόσο σε γάμισα που έχω κάνει αυτό και δεν. Γιατί όμως τυχαία δεν πιστεύεις, δεν τυχαία.
Okay, we'll try. Okay? Okay. Bye. So, να σας πω λιγάκι τι λέει και μετά να δείτε το βίντεο.
Ναι.
Ωραία.
Hello.
Λοιπόν, μπορούμε να συνεχίσουμε λιγάκι πιο σοβαρά.
Έλα να μας πει κάτι Κλεονίκη. Ακούμε.
Ναι, το βλέπω.
Ακούμε τώρα.
Λοιπόν, ο Σαΐφ παρόλα αυτά, δηλαδή εγώ δεν το προέβλεπα, λέει αν νιώθουμε δυνατοί να φύγουμε, να πάμε προς Γάζα. Γιατί το κάνει ήδη το αντάτζιο, είναι στα 27-24 miles.
Ναι, το είπα.
Αυτό. Με αυτή την έννοια.
Ο Σαΐφ ποιος είναι? Είναι αυτός που
είναι ο αρχιεκτιβιστής, αλλά ο οποίος δεν είναι εδώ,
Ναι, και κατηγορείται για Χαμάς. Καλά τώρα, και ο Πάρης.
Παιδιά, μην τα μπουρδουλώνουμε όλα τα θέματα.
Όχι, και ο Πάρης κατηγορείται.
Ο Γουάιλ έχει σχέση, όχι ο...
Ο γειτονάς μου σου πει.
Λοιπόν, πρέπει να συνεχίσουμε με τα άλλα ελληνικά σκάφη και να πάρουμε μια αυτόνομη απόφαση.
Δεν έχουμε επικοινωνία με τα άλλα ελληνικά σκάφη.
Εφόσον έχουμε ίντερνετ,
ναι,
μπορεί να καταφέρουμε να συνεχίσουμε.
Δεν απαντάνε στο ναυτικό ομίλο.
Ωραία, το τελευταίο που μου ζήτησε είναι ό,τι και να κάνουμε, είτε συνεχίσουμε είτε όχι, είτε παραδοθούμε, αν μπορούμε να βγάλουμε ένα μικρό βιντεάκι και να το στείλουμε. Θα το βγάλει παντού διεθνώς.
Έχει βγάλει το Μάρτ του Γκάζα, πες του.
Ναι, αν θέλετε να βγάλετε στατιστικά.
Τι να πούμε. Λοιπόν, σταματήστε να μιλάτε. Ξέρετε, παίζει το live stream στο διεθνές τώρα. Εντάξει, θα φτάσω στο λέω.
Και δεν θα συνεννοηθούμε.
Να συνεννοηθούμε, έλα να συνεννοηθούμε. Πάμε επιχειρησιακά. Εγώ λέω να το σταματήσουμε.
Άλεξ,
εγώ λέω από την αρχή το βασικό είναι να σταματήσουμε, να σταματήσουμε. Για μένα το τράβηξα πολύ παραπάνω.
Η αλήθεια είναι ότι πάρα πολύ.
We have an Israeli boat that is really next to us, so we cannot move because there is this Israeli boat that is next to us.
Actually, we have two boats. Two actually. And this one is what? Yeah, but it was yes, but it was
We're just biding our time. And then we're going to move.
Can you give us updates because we don't have any phones?
Yeah, that was good. Yeah, good question. Yeah, I didn't think that answer. I should take in some loans out. Yes, that was partly my idea. Yeah, but you know the American 20,000. But I've seen like when we went places. Thinking I'd like buy it for 30,000 bucks. But not for 90, not for 120. I didn't do that, and I said, no, I've done that. I said, very good deal. I was furious. I was furious.
permise il signal. No.
Here we can see the IDF illegally boarding the Oxygono. Look how many SWAT team scumbag Nazis they need to just overtake. They can't even climb into the. They're such losers. This is the so-called navy of the IOF who don't even have sea legs to board a pirate. This is a pirate boarding of a ship, of a civilian yacht, as we see now. We're literally watching video footage live stream of a criminal activity in international waters. Who is hopefully the boom comes around and smashes them in the head and knocks them off. That would be great. Look at how many scum they need to take over a little tiny yacht. I think all the okay, yeah, I see all the activists are sitting at the front of the yacht at the bow. Let's see what these scumbag Israelis do. We'll be able to see what their MO is and how they operate. Interesting that they have to have their faces covered, their identities covered. I think it looks like this might be the first time these guys have actually been at sea, the way they walk around a boat. I wonder what they're going to do with this yacht. I wonder if they're going to just intercept it or literally steal it. Well, they've hijacked it now, obviously, but... Oh, here they go. They take down the camera, yeah. We don't want you to see our crimes. Okay, so... I wish some of the cameras were, like, hidden a lot better. So the Israeli scum can't find them. So pray for those people on the Oxygono. I don't know how many more ships are left heading to Gaza and how close they are yet, but there's got to be more. Last time I heard there was 13 boats intercepted. I have no idea how many have been intercepted now.
Paddy, there's another ship on our port bow.
I can hear a drone. Can you hear it?
Yeah, I can.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
what
I
made
can
me
hear.
look around.
But I can't find it. What's going on there?
In the sky.
Where? It's not drone, but it's consistent. Where on the bow?
Just
That's the same market.
No, it's not. It was over the. I just looked at it a couple of minutes ago. It's the same. I guess it's scripted. Yeah.
That's the same one.
It's the same one. Okay.
There's a drone there somewhere I can hear it.
The other one is a beagle.
Drone is probably up in the sun there, so we can't see it. Yeah, yeah. Oh, Stanley. We're losing the other place, no, it's not empty. Still 120. You're on 170. We are on 170.
170?
Yeah, 150, 160.
She's gone. Still on? Yeah. Go back down again. Just going back down.
Okay, 19. Okay. Now we get a little bit in now. Two knots now. Around 2 knots, or about that.
Winds come from everywhere though.
The sound is consistent, but I think something else. It should be like that, but too consistent. So when they're moving, then they change the conductor. It will change the sound also. Really a wonderful cloud. You see the cloud?
What?
It's like a hanging, like a clothes hanging in the... I never see this type of cloud.
Cloud? Oh, yeah.
It's Fata Morgana like we see a land. It's a mountain. What happened to my eye?
I don't know, you're there where the cloud there, you probably will see land, like that's Egypt. We're not that far from Egypt, like.
Is 9 miles away from Gaza shore.
Yeah?
Mikeno is 9 miles away from the shore of Gaza.
Nice one.
That's amazing.
No, but Mikeno might be intercepted with IOF on
Yeah, there we go.
Now we are 9 miles from Gaza.
No, I don't think. I think Mikeno is got IOF.
Yeah, she said Brashtad.
Yeah, I think because IOF isn't taking people off anymore because I think they might be full. I think IOF is on board and taking the ship. Those that are close to Ashdod, they're getting on the ship and riding the ship to Ashdod.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I don't think the ships are close to Gaza.
Yeah. I told my friend, they see they can on the tracker go to Gaza. I said no. Yeah, because Ashdod
and they're
is
going to
close to
Ashdod,
Gaza.
yes.
Yeah. Because you'll be confused because Ashdod is a port close to Gaza, but it's under Israel. They do what they instruct us last time, isn't it? Oh, last time they asked to go to Ashkelon. Mak masak dulu, Mak.
Mohammedan?
Yeah. He will die if one day he can't use the phone.
He loves the phone.
Yeah, he loves the phone. He got addicted.
He's very addicted to the phone.
Yeah. If you take a phone from him,
He'll
2
die.
days he will die.
Yeah.
So one day you have to go to ICU,
Separation anxiety.
pumping. After 2 days, it's a die. When the doctor pumping, you give him phone, he will wake up.
I'm going to hide his phone just now to see what happens. No, we don't have time for medical emergency.
I should be more relaxed over it. First time, maybe 400 or 500 messages a day.
Yeah, I'm not even looking at my phone.
All the chats must be gone fairly quiet now,
Yeah.
Florida.
It's dead.
Dead.
It's now about Fair Lady.
Mm.
We're actually featuring.
Oh, cakap pelan sikit, Mat. Orang nak tidur kat atas.
Ah, nice one.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Muhammad.
Oh, nampak.
How is it? Good.
Yeah.
Good.
Malaysian pancake. Of course you can eat because it's come from flour.
Yeah. Because what comes from flour.
Flour.
I'm gonna taste them, please. I don't want to upset my stomach.
Ambil. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Good.
Yeah.
Good. Alhamdulillah. Bismillah. Ayah dah rambut putih.
Jam. Next 5 hours. Jam. All good, thanks.
He wants the strawberry jam.
Strawberry jam. Good.
Yeah.
Strawberry jam. Good. Strawberry jam atau coklat.
I put it in the little peephole that says jam on the right hand side. Yeah, where the T is. Yeah. There's a lot of jam. You can pick your flavor. I also like strawberry jam and apricot jam.
Apa? Tak dengar. Sayur tak ada.
Funny there.
Sayur habis dah. Sayur ratuh bau ni. Saya jenis makan sayur.
No, we got nothing. But I was dipping my toast in the jam this morning.
No, I never.
Dana, is Muhammad married?
No.
What? He can cook nice. But must get wife.
She stayed with her sister and brother-in-law.
Okay.
So they're running a family madrasah.
Oh, it's a
Sugar.
Yeah, family madrasah.
In
Around
which city?
100 students.
In which city?
Huh?
Thank you.
In what city?
Check it over.
Which city?
In Kuala Tunggang,
Okay.
in the East Coast.
In the East Coast.
They call it the most traditional Malay area.
Oh, really?
Yeah, we are come from West Coast. It's a more moderate Malay area.
Kuala Lumpur.
Kuala Lumpur, Selangor. So Mama a bit traditional.
Is it good with
Yeah.
sugar?
Sugar good. Okay. Good.
Good with sugar.
Don't shout much. Speak slowly.
I was considering immigrating to Malaysia.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, last year.
Uh-huh.
Because we had to leave Canada. And I wanted to go to Malaysia. But my father was being sick in Malaysia.
I don't like sugar.
From Malaysia so far. You have
too
to.
far from South Africa.
Okay, from Canada to South Africa is how long?
Same as Malaysia to South Africa. Same.
Okay.
So it would have solved the problem, you see.
Okay.
But I think in future we may consider going to
Kuala
Kuala Lumpur.
Lumpur.
Because they've got you've got the M1, H1 residency visa now.
Yeah.
So we're thinking of
Malaysia
that.
is the second house.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we're thinking of that.
It's good for expected and professional.
It is good for education and also good for Muslims.
Yeah.
And go to Terengganu.
No, I go to Kuala Lumpur.
Kuala Lumpur.
Yeah.
Terengganu lah.
I want to work at Petronas.
Oh, Petronas.
Because I used to work in oil and gas.
Oh, okay.
Oil and gas.
Yeah.
So if you go oil and gas, if you go to
I used to work
headquarters in Kuala Lumpur,
Yeah, I used to go
if island pumping is the Muhammad village.
What that one?
You work.
Oh yeah?
If you go for the pumping operation
Yeah.
from
It's in Israel.
the shore,
Yeah.
it's come to Muhammad.
Okay.
Terengganu. Then the headquarters in Kuala Lumpur.
Kante ke Mamang.
Mamang.
Such a nice location. It's okay with the
Sugar.
Very good. Terengganu, very good. Baik. Sedap.
Nice.
Nice.
So I asked Dana, why, no marriage, no wife? Yeah.
I know. No.
What?
InsyaAllah.
Inshallah. I make dua for you.
InsyaAllah.
My brother, you want to try some?
Some.
Pancake made in Malaysia.
Oh, you made them?
No, Muhammad.
Muhammad, wow.
You need some bit of jam, you can put strawberry jam.
You know, guys, that I can read all your hateful messages. I don't know how you dare to write all these things. Pro Zionist thing. You're embarrassment. Look at this. You are an embarrassment to the world. And I know you can hear us.
If I wasn't on a mission and this was a holiday, we might actually be.
I'm enjoying myself.
I'm not. Why? That's unfair, Teddy.
Party's not over yet.
Until the fat lady sings.
Yeah. Make that wind.
You see, what's bothering me doesn't bother you. The seasickness. You don't get that.
No.
That's why you're okay.
Are you sick now, Lex?
Hey?
Are you sick now?
I just, there's this constant feeling of like, when you're sick, you can taste the sickness in your mouth.
Yeah.
Yeah. I have that. Like, I know when my body's not, like, okay. Like, it was fine up till 3 days ago. I just know my body's not okay. And I can taste it in my mouth. But this is how
Is it come to us?
Yeah, she's coming at speed, yeah.
the vessel.
Yeah.
Yay!
Yeah, the business come with quite strictly for here.
It does.
Yeah.
Yay.
Last time like this now, I
They're
can
going
see
to
it,
come
yeah.
here and we're going to be sitting and chilling here. No one in position with life jackets on.
Better put on our jackets in case she rams us.
Maybe we take a few minutes because it looks like it's direct to our boat now.
I'd say now was the time.
You can see that?
Yeah, at speed, eh?
Yeah.
Maybe they want to wrap this thing up.
I go to toilet first for
Okay. Well, Muhammad,
I don't want to pee. I
we
don't
take
the
it down. IOF coming.
No, I
Yeah.
for
Say bye.
No,
You
bye,
say bye. Say bye. Bye. And we take everything down. IOF is coming. It's prepared.
yeah.
This party is in.
Okay, let's do this.
Thank you.
So, they're coming. Finally. Look at that. Do you see it? There? Are you all happy? Are you all happy now?
Give me my phone so I can just see it.
Do you think we're scared? We're not scared. We're not scared of bullies. We're not scared of
Can you pass me my phone? I can just
bullies. We're not scared of bullies.
Yeah, the one that's plugged in. Not that one. It's a big one. Thank you, Daddy.
Sorry to listen to
Thank you. Alert them on the camera anyway.
Coming quite fast to us.
Yeah, every here for you, Simon.
Come guys, jackets on.
Coming.
have your passports on you? We are one of only 2 boats collected and known. We are the last 2 Fair Lady and Melody. Everybody else is status unknown or intercepted. If they're unknown, then I think they boarded and they like going with the boat.
Yeah, I also think so.
Sure, because they can't be getting. This vessel won't be coming for us if that vessel's 9 miles.
We'll figure out what's here for. Thanks, Anna.
How much is the petrol here? Whatever that is, thank God.
She's getting close there now. Up behind.
What is that? Like, I heard you talking about Nando's in St. Juba and Ashdod, and this is your conversation.
Turn the cushion upside down, Pat.
Okay, that's.
You'll be sitting in the wet bed.
Tony. Okay, I turned it. Oh,
Yes, you can.
Why aren't you wearing an orange one?
This? English?
Yes, of course.
Ahmed,
I think it's science.
why don't you wear the orange one?
This is Sahira.
I think it's too big for him, maybe.
I am a lady boat, and IOF is approaching
Wear that one. Yeah. All the same.
We are likely to be intercepted when our
Take that
cameras
jacket
are
off,
on.
Take the other one off. Take a picture of that ship there as well.
I took a picture, and I'm about to just post it.
Nice one.
So that you video footage of it.
So, they are arriving. They are arriving.
Dirty looking thing in there.
Look at that.
Dirty like.
Massive for this tiny, tiny little sailboat. Oh. Okay. What you doing? Boker Tov.
Orange.
Boker Tov, Motexito.
She's going to swoop along the starboard side.
Boker Tov, Motex. Welcome.
Because I tell you, I'm going to photograph yourself. Look, camera.
Mohammed made just very nice Malaysian pancakes. You want to try?
Pardon? No, it's gone. Well gone.
Oh, it's shredded, yeah. Oh, yeah.
We're going so slow. Vamos tan lento, y si está nada más nos vienen a ver y se van.
Yeah, she's cut range.
Mind you, you come up.
Ya veo los green cheese.
Yeah, you come over.
Nothing else to be doing, right?
Finishing care, put the engine up photograph. Finishing care, put the engine up home, the other way, and then you have it.
It's 26, huh? That'll when they get home.
Yeah, copy it again at some stage.
send that to my signal?
Okay.
Can you send that video of the water?
I can to your signal. Yes, I can.
Or my WhatsApp? You have.
I have your signal.
Actually, here, if you could point me on that signal, I'd appreciate it.
I don't know if I haven't listened to you before. I won't.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, Paddy's give it to me. Thanks for that. Thank you.
Okay, so they now they're stopping them. They might be getting boats that way. We are one of two boats that are still on connection and like you mentioned, but this might be
Ini kapal yang daripada tadi 1 jam meninjau kami. Kita bukti mungkin untuk menghasilkan gelombang. So, bagi satu operasi hanya sebuah kapal kecil, bot kecil itu juga dengan 6 orang. Kita akan menimbulkan
Sí, bueno, es probable que ya vengan a interceptarnos, raptarnos.
yang dapat deteksi di bawah 40. Daripada pagi dia pantau tadi. Sampai dia mereka. Dia belum benar-benar dekat. Nanti kemungkinan kita akan turun gunakan masuk. Kami satu kapal yang berada di dalam kawasan hampir di pantai Gaza. Di pantai Gaza. Menunggu kami semalam arah seperti dengan perjalanan masih mencoba dan menghantar kembali. Tingkat dari ini, kalau yang kita pantauan.
Daylight. Makes it less scary when it's in daylight.
Kapal perang Israel yang sedang mendekati kami, dia buat satu pusingan. Sekarang dia berhenti. Ombak dia, tapi saya fikir ada tujuan utama dia mungkin memantau dan kemudian antara bot untuk turun dan mendekati kapal ini. Dia dah pantau daripada awal tadi 2 jam. Ini baru dia ambil tindakan.
Message now from one of the media channels. We'd like to have an interview with you at 9:30. We being intercepted. Goodbye.
Kerana kami lepas tu lagi saya menggunakan 1.56 kami ada jauh daripada fleet kapal main kami mendekati pantai Gaza yang menjadi kawalan jadi mereka hantar kapal yang besar. Kami tunggu apakah tindakan yang akan mereka buat.
Your binoculars there, would you be able to see any better with those binoculars?
Outside further.
I see.
Yeah, they have ribs in the water.
They've got ribs in the water?
Yeah.
Okay, they can.
2 of them.
So, but are they boarded or boarded already now?
Yeah, the ribs are in the water.
We all have our passports.
Yeah.
Thanks, Mohammed.
Thanks, man. What's that stuff saying?
Oh, thank you.
You tried to kill us?
It's really nice. It's called atar. It's like a perfume, but it's nice.
What's it called?
It's atar. You put it on when you die and you're going to be praying. You also put it on for Friday prayers. So take whichever one you want.
First Friday. We're just getting a bit early.
When we wash the body, because we bury within 24 hours.
Yeah.
So we wash the body and then we put it in the white cloth.
Yes.
And then you put atar on the cloth, because we don't put it in a case or anything like that, like a box, right? We put the body straight into the ground. So we put atar on the white cloth. It's a body and we bury.
Interesting.
It's the same here.
I think that's a destroyer.
It is a destroyer, yeah.
Bigger than a frigate or whatever. Oh, look at them. They come from there.
Here they are, yeah. They come from all the way?
Yeah, from the bow.
And the gunboat.
Okay, let's have some water. Let's get ready.
So another one's coming.
Yeah.
Three.
Okay. More coming.
I feel quite.
In the water. Inshallah, bismillah, we are ready.
You okay, Mohammed? You're all quite flattered.
Turn the camera there towards the boat.
But they need to see us, I think.
Of course, yeah. Just that they see one and then I go. So they're coming. I feel quite flattered. 3 ribs for only 6 people.
One each, like comfort. They're thinking about our comfort.
Look at that. They're so scared they said 3 ribs for 6 people. Yeah, be ready. You
We've got another boat on this side approaching us with a few ribs in the water.
Anybody with phone stuff you want to get rid of?
One take here.
Yeah, the boat come full of sail in there. You leave that line go there, or no? You pull this one.
Which one?
Pull that in.
This one?
Yeah.
In.
I leave this one go. Pull it there now. Oh,
it's really tough. Okay.
Give it to me here, look, I have more process. You just mix those from here, right there.
Jadi kami dah dikepung oleh 4 buah bot, 1 kapal dan 3 bot sedang menuju. Tapi masih ada kapal, bertaraf kapal. Ini mungkin menjadi momen terakhir tuan-tuan boleh melihat kami.
Tide off.
Okay.
Tide off.
Dan saya jangka kapal yang ada sudah dekat dah. Kami akan dapat arahan daripada Point Sierra je untuk lemparkan telefon. Jadi pada sebelah kanan ada 2 kapal. Dan di depan kami juga ada 1 kapal. Mengiling ni biasanya mereka akan menghasilkan ombak besar dulu.
Yes.
Yang di sebelah sana tu bot. Yang di sebelah sana tu bot. Saya tak boleh tunjuk, saya tak boleh pusing. Di sana bertara bot. Kami mungkin akan menerima penjejakan masuk daripada bot. Mereka belum lagi pintar telefon atau membawa meriah. Di sebelah sana adalah bot. Yang dua ni adalah kapal. Tuan-tuan boleh nampak dalam kamera tak? Belakang kapal. Paling hampir. Ini adalah kapal yang paling hampir.
For your life jacket.
Okey.
Oh, where's the VHS? Oh, because somebody saying pay later.
Can't do it on load later. What?
Filistinler için savaşmaya hazırız dedi. Yani bu noktada hani İspanya'nın çıkışı çok değerli ve önemli. Her ne kadar birkaç çizse de İtalya'nın çıkışı önemli. Bakın biz Yunanistan'dan gemimizde yaptık. Yunanistan'da Girit adasında bir iki gün kaldık. Girit'te görmeniz lazım. Yunanistan'dan bahsediyorum. Yani halk bulunduğumuz liman da böyle göz önünde bir liman değildi. Haritalardan takip ederek pilotun, daha doğrusu pilot değil, bizim yerimiz geldiler. Bana lazım, evet bir gözlemim. Yani Gazze belki çok bedel ödedi. Belki hakikaten çok canı çekti. Yavruların bedenleri parçalandı. Ama bu süreci şeytanın gerçek yüzünü bütün halkların görmesini sağladı. Onun için halkların mutlaka uyanması lazım. Bir kişi uyanması lazım. Çünkü bu Siyonist kaldığı müddetçe, diri durduğu müddetçe başka bir noktaya götürmeyecek. Zaten bunu da ifade etmekte de çekinmiyorlar. Yani adamlar insan muamelesi yapıyor kendilerinden başkasına. Bu noktada tabii Tunus pilotunun haklısı olduysa ne ama Rabbim inşallah hükmetmiştir. Ama gerçeği, Gazze gerçeğini asla ikinci plana düşürmemek lazım. Araçları daha amaç haline getirmemek. Şu anda 20'nin üzerindeki tekneye el konulduğunu biliyoruz. Yani içerisinde kaçtığımızı biliyoruz. Şu anda işin doğrusu birçok teknedeki aktivistler telefonlarını denize attıkları için bizim de çok bağlantımız yok. Yani sistem üzerinden gördüğümüz kadarıyla yani o ana pilota yaklaşık 42-43 tekne vardı. Onların önemli bir kısmına el konuldu. Şu anda o ana pilonun noktasına, müdahale noktasından öbür tarafa geçen 8-9 tane tekne var. İşte yanı gemisi en yakın durumda. Onların da işin doğrusu kendi aramızda bir bağlantıda kuramıyoruz gibi.